The decisive day in the World Allround Speed Skating Championships. It's the 118th edition of the base of long track speed skating. 4 distances, every distance is calculated back to the 500-meter result in seconds. After 4 distances, we know who is the best all-round skater of the world. We saw some magnificent performances yesterday already, and also in the World Sprint Championships, of course. Yesterday, a massive amount of personal bests in the men's 500 meters. We saw a new track record by Davide Giotto on the 5,000 men. We saw a new track record in the 3,000 women by Joe Young. It's sport at the highest level. Although you only see the starting list, it is a good idea to hear the starting list as well. Just who we're going to see, and who's there.
Yes, thank you, Jan. Just waiting for the start. Started with 1,500 meters. 12 players, only 23 skaters. People is withdrawn from this second day. So race number 1 will start with a single pair. Susanna Cruz will start on the hour. Second pair is a Papa Team, which is a Ghost English from Germany. Race number 4 is Sophie versus from Norway. Race number 5, Race number 6, Race number 7 will be Kevin versus Race number 8, Greta Myers versus then race number 9, Holly Malta versus Ethan Colton, both from Canada. And then up to the final 3 races. It will be tight, it will be close, it will be exciting. The race number 10 is Francesca Lollobrigida versus Ayana Sato. Lollobrigida currently 7th in the overall classification versus Sato is 6th. Race number 11, Hong 9, 5th in the overall classification versus Antoine Parion.
The ISU International Speed Skating Roadshow has been all around the world, but the season comes to an end right here in Bavaria. The Max Eicher Arena in Inzell, Germany has drawn speed skating fans from all over for one final weekend of action, and it's where the best all-round speed skaters in the world will be crowned. Hi everybody, Gavin Day here on the final day of the International Speed Skating season. There's a look at the schedule. I can predict one thing: a whole lot of pain. The 1500, arguably the most difficult race, sets the table for the women's and men's 5,000 and 10,000 meters. And after all that, The world all-around champions will be crowned. There is a look at the outside of the Max Eicher Arena and a look at the fans getting ready for the big day's action. Inzell is a town of about 5,000 people, but it belies all of the excitement that is going on outside and inside the Oval as we get ready for an exciting day of action. And so get ready wherever you may be in the world. We'll get set up. The 1,500 meters for women will be getting underway in just a few minutes. Pretty pleasant conditions outside the Oval. It's about 15 degrees. A nice, let's say, early spring day in Inzell. Indoors, though, of course, got to keep that ice cool. But it is fast ice in Inzell, recognized as one of the fastest ones on the continent. Before they put the roof over, that was finished in about 2010. It was an outdoor facility, and in the early days of speed skating, plenty of world records were set here. A look at the standings. Two skaters from the Netherlands, Joy Boone and Marijke Groenewold, battling for the championship. Of course, in the 1,500, not everybody will compete in the 5,000 later today. You have to get into the top 8 in order to qualify for the 5,000 meters. As I mentioned, the two women from the Netherlands atop the standings right now. Miho Takagi of Japan skated through pretty much exhaustion after winning the World Sprint Championships on Thursday or Friday. And I believe this is one bridge too far even for her. She is withdrawn for today. And the first pair already here. There is Zuzana Kursova, the youngster from Czechia. In the absence Martina Sablikova, she is the only skater representing Czechia.
Ready.
And with the withdrawal of Takagi, of course, there's the odd number, so she will be skating by herself in the 3 3/4 lap race. Kursova, 20 years old, so very much the future of the Czech program. Of course, Martina Sablikova won't be around forever, the 5-time world all-around champ, so pretty big skates to fill for this woman from Zlin, which is right near the border with Slovakia in the eastern part of Czechia, also not far from the border with Poland to the northeast and Austria to the south. Yesterday, Kursova 24th in the 500, 21st in the 3,000. She will set the time to beat, rather. Kursava was 4th in the 1500 at the 2020 World Junior Championships. A 30.12 lap time. To watch for, especially in this race, it's that balance of not quite sprinting, not quite distance. So it's that unholy mixture of aerobic and anaerobic exertion. So trying to keep the strides long on the straightaways and keep the legs turning over on the corner. You really have to watch, particularly on the final turn, for tying up of the legs. And she is into her last lap. She really has no option but to leave it all out there, because if she doesn't jump up the ranks a little bit, you don't have to worry about the 5K. So it's an all or nothing approach for Zuzana Kursava of Czechia. Just getting those legs over, trying to keep the turnover as fast as possible to keep the speed up. Kursava to the line will set the time to beat. And she will go 2:02.60. How important was recovery after a 500 meter and a 3,000 yesterday. A couple seconds off her personal best. That was set back in 2021 in Calgary. For many years, dozens of world records were set in Inzell. That was before the advent of putting roofs over on ovals and the records start to fall. Next pair we have is Park Ji-woo of Korea and Josephine Schlerb of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
Schlerb, another 20-year-old skater. Part of the German silver medal team pursuit side from the European Championships. It's her first year as a senior. She did skate the World Juniors last season, which oddly enough were held right here in Inzell. And of course, she's very familiar with this oval. It's a training center for the German side. And it is Park Ji-woo with the faster opener. Park, World University Games gold 1,500 meters in 2023. That was at an outdoor oval in Lake Placid. She skated a lot of 1,500 and 3,000 meters on World Cup this season. And Park was 15th in the 500, 24th in the 3,000. Schlerb, 20th and 22nd in those two distances respectively. Now it is Schlerb moving ahead. She's in the green ahead of Kursava's time. This is just such a painful race. You talk to a lot of skaters and they'll say, what's the most difficult event? It's got to be the distance one, right? No. 1,500 meters. Especially after two big races yesterday. Every sinew of those legs must be screaming in pain right now at the bell. Schlerb is up by almost 9/10 of a second. Park also in the green. Schlerb will get a nice draft down the backstretch, grimacing, gritting those teeth. One final time around the corner. One arm on the back. Schlerb knows the end is now. The end is at hand. And she will set the fastest time by nearly 2 seconds. 2 minutes, 0.76. 2:01.37 for Park. And Schlerb not far, half a second off her personal best. And so, considering everything that's going on, how the fatigue must be sitting right now, not a bad result for her. You see her happy with that one. Although maybe it's just a celebration that, this season, It's hurt all year long, and now I get to rest and recuperate a little bit. Next up, Ramona Hardy of Switzerland and Magdalena Chichon of Poland.
Representing Switzerland, yesterday's personal best in the 500, 40.77. Here's Ramona Hardy. And in the outer lane, representing Poland, Polska, yesterday also a personal best in the 500 for Magdalena Chichon.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yesterday, Chichon 23rd in the 500, 17th in the 3000. Hardy 21st in the 500 and 20th in the 3000. Hardy, we often see skating in a mass start with her teammate from Switzerland, Caitlin McGregor, who we'll see in the 7th pair later on today. This is all about all-round success. Hardy often in the B division on World Cups, and not a skater we get to see that often in the individual races. But she was 12th in the 3000 at the European Championships, 14th in the 1500. Chichon. Very even, but just a little bit behind Hardy right now.
This pair, both skaters are the national all-round and 1500-meter champions.
Chichon has one international medal to her name. That was actually a bronze in a World Cup on home ice in Tomarzów Mazowiecki earlier this season. The 2 stops in Norway on the World Cup circuit. It was in Poland and in Norway. Both of the skaters in the green right now. Look at Chichon just going side to side. The shoulders rocking and rolling a little bit. It's just a matter of leaving everything you have left. Both of the skaters dropping the arms. It is going to be Chichon taking the pair and going fastest. They both go 1-2 in the classification right now. You may have heard the PA announcer. New personal best for Chichon. There's a new... Actually, it wasn't, mind you. Chichon's old personal best 158.9. That was a 159.8. They go 1-2 in the overall standings and 1-2 in the distance. All Norwegian battle coming up next. Sophie Carolina Haugen and Aurora Linden Luvos. Haugen, 28 years old, from Sandefjord, south of Oslo. And Luvos, 18 years old.
Go to the start. Ready.
Luvos, the World Junior 3,000 meter champion. She also had a World Cup gold medal on the junior circuit at the Japan stop in the 3,000. That was in Hachinohe City, and the 2 junior World Cups in Italy earlier this season. She, at that same World Cup junior event in Japan, she was 5th in the 1500. Only skated a couple of World Cup stops at the senior circuit. Those were in Salt Lake City and in Poland. Luvos was also bronze at the Norwegian single distance championships in the 1500 meters. And so 18 years old, and a distance that will really come good later on. And the Norwegian program already churning out elite distance skaters. Certainly likes the look of this one. Karolina Haugen, plenty of international medals in the team sprint, team pursuit, and mass start. She was 15th in the 1500 at the European Championships. And with 1 lap to go, see the interesting different tactics. Luvås had both arms down. Haugen had both arms behind the back. Both with a 1 arm around that corner. And 1 more to go. And you see the turnover really picking up. That is a sign that maybe the speed is starting to ebb and they're just trying to sustain it. And it is Luvås. Looks like it's going to take the pair. And will it be enough to move atop the leaderboard? Indeed it is. 158.73. By more than a second. And that is a new personal best by just over a second for Luvås, the 18-year-old. Impressive from her, considering all the likely fatigue in the legs. She goes faster than she ever has before in this event. This distance. And everybody going faster with each single pair. On the inner lane, Katerina Aidova of Kazakhstan. And on the outer, Canada's Abigail McCluskey. And there's Aidova. And McCluskey. 16th in the 500, 16th in the 3000. That puts her in 16th after day 1.
Ready.
Safely away. Aidova just felt like an ever omnipresence on the World Cup circuit and international circuit, competing in 4 Olympic Games. Flag bearer at the opening ceremony in Beijing, which is, come to think of it, about 2 years ago. Dealt with a thigh injury last year in 2023, late last year, and so back to finish things off in style and they get a full recovery into the off season. Lusky is from Penticton, which is in the interior of British Columbia, Canada's westernmost province. Has admitted that she tends to deal with the nerves before the big races, and the big stage right here with the packed house, about 10,000 people capacity can fit into the Max Eicher Arena in Inzell. 1 lap to go. It's Aidova leading the way. Both of the skaters in the green, lapping in the 30-second range. McCluskey inching up towards 31. Both of them looking like they're going to be on course to move 1 and 2 atop the overall leaderboard. McCluskey on the inner lane, certainly labored now. Fatigue all over the place. And it is McCluskey with the last surge and taking the pair by half a second, 158.25, 158.64 for Aidova, and they move 1 and 2 on the leaderboard.
And that is the new fastest time on this 1500 meters for Abigail McCluskey.
Skaters are starting to see their competitions coming to an end, knowing they will not be on board to qualify for the 5,000 meters. Muskie ending on a winning note, at least in her pair there. Next pair, Sandrine Tass of Belgium, and Yang Binyu of China. Another skater in the offensive start. Marijke Groenwoog. Battle with her and Buna. Part 1 still to come.
Ready.
Tass yesterday 14th in both the 500 and the 3,000, but she's in 15th overall. Interesting little note. Yang Binyu 11th in the 500, 15th in the 3,000. Early on, you see the big, long strides, the low turnover, maximizing the glide as much as possible. Of course, it becomes much more of a battle later on as the lactic acid starts to set in and the pain really starts to set in. Tass, like a lot of skaters these days, has a background in inline. Of course, teammate Bart Swings, one of the greats in inline. And Tass picked up her first individual World Cup or international medal in speed skating. It was in Quebec City, the final World Cup stop before the World Single Distances in Calgary. Quebec City, Tass taking the mass start. And Yang returns 22 in July. And there is the bell, and it is Yang by a second and a quarter. Very comparable lap times to Tass. It will have to shift into the outer lane on the final crossover. A lot of Yang's international successes come with the Four Continents Championships. The Four Continents in long track actually opens the season next year. I believe it's in Hachinoi City in Japan. And it will be Yang winning the pair, going top of the leaderboard. Tass closed up in the faster of the last lap. 157.19 for Yang, 157.44 for Tass. And every pair just about has seen new leaders. A well-deserved recovery to come. Miho Takagi, not racing, but still a chance to say hi to some fans. And perhaps a chance to revel a little bit. World Sprint Champion. Moving to the next pair. Caitlin McGregor of Switzerland. And Momoka Horikawa.
Representing Japan, 2 personal bests yesterday for Momoka Horikawa.
Go to the start.
20 years old.
Ready.
Yesterday, McGregor 12th in the 500, 12th in the 3,000, 13th overall. Horikawa 17th in the 500, 7th in the 3,000. Horikawa not so much on the sprinting side of things, but she competed a lot in the 1500 meters, 3000s, 5000s when they happen on World Cup and World Championships. Did find herself on the podium as well, did Horikawa. 3000 meters in Obihiro. That was way back in October. Feels like an eternity, doesn't it? So don't expect Horikawa to open quickly. Imagine she will close things up as the race goes on. McGregor, a member of the Swiss ice hockey team. She is in the green. Another one we often see competing in the mass start. She has 0.6 of a second to work with, but Horikawa, very comparable lap times. The final push comes. These are the skaters trying to crack the chance to get into the 5,000 meters. And it is still McGregor hanging on. Horikawa closing things up. McGregor, though, going to take the pair. And she will go by 1 second. And Horikawa by half a second over the previous best time. 1 and 2 in the distance, 1 and 2 overall as well.
That means we have a new top two in both the distance
Every pair, new top 2 racers.
for both skaters, their best times in Europe.
A little sizzle to the steak. There's the top skaters from yesterday in the pairs to come.
Here we go with our pair number 8. In pair number 8, in the inner lane, representing the United States of America, national junior record holder in the 1500 meters, it's Greta Myers.
One of the American racers, Greta Myers, and Ragnar Wiklund,
Representing Norway, the 2021
would like to be in the 5,000s for sure, where she would excel. Ragnar Wiklund.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting pair here. Wiklund was third yesterday in the 3,000. It was the 500 meters, an event she doesn't often do, is what cost her spot higher than perhaps she would have liked. 10th after day 1, 19th in the 500. It'll be interesting to see what she does in the 1500. She is the Norwegian 1500 meter champion. That was way back at the start of the year. Greta Myers, for her part, she does have international success in the 1500. That was a bronze medal from the Four Continents Championships on familiar ice in Salt Lake City. She's still just 19 years old. A former hockey player. 0.8 of a second, closing in on 0.9 of a second in the green. Wiklund, at what point does she drop the hammer? Wiklund's best finish was a 5th in Beijing, the 1500 meters. Earlier on in the season, it is still Greta Myers out in front. There is the bell. She is bang on 1 second faster. A very comparable lap time to Wiklund. He has over a second to close down. We'll see what can happen on that final crossover. Myers fighting it a little bit, trying to keep the legs turning over. This is where they might start to seize. And there it is. As I mentioned, Myers was fighting to keep up the speed, and Wiklund has closed up and passed her. And it will be Wiklund taking the pair and moving atop the leaderboard, 1:55.04. by more than a second, and Myers lost about a half a second on that last lap, and Ragnar Weekland certainly likes that one. And so might that be enough to get Weekland into the top 8? A bit of confusion on the crossover there. That says a lot, doesn't it? But kudos to Weekland. Salvaging it out. And that might just knock one of her teammates out of the top 8. An all-Canadian battle coming up. Malte had a great individual season. Yvonne Blondin feels like the whole season has been building for the all-rounds.
Ready.
So often these two teammates, they know each other very, very well. But individually for Malte, a former short tracker at 33 years old, seeing some individual success this year, picking up her first individual medals in the 3,000 meters. In both the North American World Cup stops in Salt Lake City and in Quebec City. Bronze medals there. 4 Continents Championship as well. And then them and Isabel Weideman combining to refine some lost glory, past glory in the team pursuit. Picking up gold in the World Cup. Blondin certainly earning her keep every single weekend on World Cup. She's competing in almost every single distance. Expect Malte to really start to skate into this. As the distance expert, they were 8th and 9th overall yesterday after day 1, and you see the live split in the bottom right corner, both of them ahead of Weekland's time. Blondin 1.2 seconds to the good. Malte a quarter of a second. The live split is compared to the overall time. Over the top on the last crossover. Blondin, the silver medal in the 2020 World All-Arounds. He's just the 5th Canadian to be on the podium at the event since 1936. And Blondin goes fastest 153.96, 154.73 for Malte. Malte not far off a personal best, about 3/4 of a second. And so they go 1-2 in the standings here and in the overall. With 3 pairs still to go. Like that one. I think we can start seeing provisional qualifications for the 5K. And it's a special breed of person to celebrate more pain still to come. Is Francesca Lollobrigida. And on the other lane, Ayano Sato.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pretty cool to see that. Just everyday fan cozying up to Martina Sablikova to chat about what she's watching. Sablikova, of course, not here competing. We just saw her on the side of the ice. Sato silver medalist from 2 years ago, the last time the World All-Arounds were held. I was in Hamar in Norway. Lola Brigida brings her son just about everywhere on the World Cup circuit. Brought him onto the podium at the European Championships in Heerenveen earlier this season. Nice to see her returning and jumping right into the fray. Lola Brigida, 9th in the 500 yesterday, 4th in the 3,000. We also know that she is in the mass start as well. And it's Sato in the green by almost 0.4 of a second in the race and 1.2 seconds in the overall. Lola Brigida, not the fastest of starts, but you can imagine she'll skate into this. The grimacing on the face. She is of a higher turnover right now, and usually when you're not gliding as much and your turning over happens, it means you're fighting it a little bit, fighting the ice. And you did see both of the skaters in the red, at least in this distance. Still in the green in the overall, so provisionally these two skaters looking like they will sit atop the leaderboard for the time being. Here comes Lola Brigida closing it up on Sato. She might take the pair. And in the end, 0.4 of a second separating them. Ayano Sato just hanging on. So second and third in the distance, first and second overall at the moment. Perhaps also counting on one more race this season. And the next pair, Han Mei of China on the inner lane, 5th after day one. And in the other lane, a woman who has won a bronze medal at the World All-Arounds several times. Antoinette Wright-Madillon 4 times. 3rd place overall, including the last 3.
Go to the start. Ready.
I think that was a look at Claudia Pechstein of Germany in the crowd. Talk about longevity. She's had quite a long career, hasn't she? And Wright-Madillon in the Rotterdam, which is north of Groningen. Very accomplished skater, and they just decided to throw in the team sprint into her calendar this year. First it was by necessity. Sickness circulating at the Beijing World Cup. But in the end, not a bad idea, given that the team sprint for that 3rd skater is quite the long race. She was the anchor leg and picked up a couple of World Cup medals there. Wright-Madillon and Han Mei 1 and 2 at the moment. Even between these two right now. Han Mei leading at the bell. And she knocked out half a second on Wright-Madillon. Both of them in the green in the distance right now. Han twice on the podium in Calgary a few weeks ago, including the 1500 where she won a silver medal. She also won a silver medal in the 1000 meters. Second in the overall world classification in this distance. a whole lot of silver for Han Mei in the 1500 meters this year, and for the moment, she will go up top into first place. 152.97. Right Marion 153.45. 1 and 2 in the distance. 1 and 2 overall for the moment. We go down to the final pair. A whole lot to be decided in the 5,000 meters. I can imagine both of these women will be competing in that later on. Potentially on course for a Dutch sweep of the all-around podium. Without Miho Takagi, Right Medion was fourth after day one. And the final pair. The battle of heavyweights after day one. Marijke Groenewald with the white armband. And on the outer, Joy Bune.
And in the outer weight, also representing the Netherlands, number 2 in the current standings, yesterday's 3,000-meter winner with a new track record, it's Joy Bune.
Ready.
Not a far trip for speed skating mad Dutch fans. A lot of orange in the crowd. Pick a favorite. Groenewald, we also know has mass start prowess, but Bune, I'm not sure if we'd call it a surprise 5,000 meter world championship win. It was a heck of a performance. She then followed it up, I think, the same day with the bronze medal in the 1,500 meters. And so there is someone primed to make an attack on the leaderboard in these two events. It would be Joy Bune. Both actually slipping behind Han Mei at the moment. And I think they just want to keep touch so that they can really throw things down in the 5,000 meters later on. So, as you may know, the scoring is based on a 500 meters. So they will take the time here, divide it by 3, and that's how many points they'll get in the standings. Of course, the fewer the points, the better the result. And so when it's a matter of a couple tenths of a second, with a 5,000 meters still to come, I would call that being in striking distance. Of course, now they both start to skate into it. Both of them now about to go into the green. It is Bune now adding to her lead with a half a second's advantage. 0.6 of a second. Joy Bune with a statement before the 5,000 meters. 1:52.65. That is a new track record for Joy Bune. The previous one, 1:52.81 by Irene Wust of the Netherlands. That had been in place since 2019, and so I'd call that a statement to be sure. Joy Bune taking the 1,500 meters. With one event still to come. Look out for her. Groenewald 1:54.06, the 5th fastest time in this distance. And it will be very, very close with the 5,000 meters still to come. The retirement of Irene Schouten, we found out a couple weeks ago. Joy Bune making some. There's Irene Wust. She just had her track record beaten. Seems to be okay with it. No matter what, it looks like it'll be a very good day for the orange-clad Dutch supporters. out because it could be a very crowded Dutch podium when this is all said and done. And the results for the 1500, Bune, Han May, and Antoinette Wright-Marion 1 through 3. Blondin, Canada, and Marika Thornwood rounding out the top 5.
And the overall standings with the 5K to go. We have on 8, Martin Montagne, 7, Ivan Montagne, 6, Francesca Lorenzia, 5 is Maya Sato, 4, Antoine Marion, 3, Nine Krual, 2, Nine Han, and Joy Bowden leading the race. He has a margin of 2.7 seconds on Mayhem. As you can see on the big screen right now, it's 3.1 second on Nine Krual and 3.3 for Antoine Marion. It's going to be very exciting race.
The classification.
In the 5,000 meter.
Looks like it's Malte, Blondin, Lola Brigida, Sato, Wright-Marion, Kronwood, Han, and Bune. We'll see later on in the 5,000 meters. And here the ice resurfacers are out, still to come. The men's 1,500 meters. First of perhaps 2 big battles today between Jordan Stolz and Patrick Rust. Grab a break. Competition resuming, I believe, in about 10 minutes. So wherever you may be in the world, enjoy a bit of a break, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. 1,500 meters for men coming up in just a few minutes. Here's the standings after day one. Jordan Stolz and Patrick Roost seem destined for a head-to-head battle in the 10,000 meters, don't they? Stolz, though, has built up an advantage, of course, with his expertise in the 500 meters. And he put in a pretty commendable 7th place in the 5,000. And his next challenge will be to build up enough of advantage so that Roost can't catch him in the 10,000 meters. Here are the pairings. Once again, not everybody qualifying for the last distance. Boy, everybody coming out for the end of the season party. Rico Fabrice there. We've seen Claudia Pechstein, Irene Wust. And here's pair number 1 in the men's 1,500 meters. Nurali Akjol of Kazakhstan and Samuli Suomalainen of Finland.
Go to the start. Ready.
Suomalainen, certainly more of a sprinting expert. He put up a 5th fastest time in the 500 meters yesterday, fading to 24th in the 5,000. Actual 13th in the 500, 23rd in the 5,000. Through the opener, it is Akjol going fastest. Just a reminder of how this is scored. The points are based on the 500 meter time, and so when you take the 1,500 meters, it's 3 times the 500. You divide the time they'll get here at the line by 3, and then you chuck that onto their standings. And of course, the fewer points, the better for you. Very even pair. Just 1/100th of a second separating these two. It's Suomalainen in front right now. 57th in the overall 1,500 meter World Cup classification for Suomalainen this year. Skated largely in the B division, so we don't often get a look at him. There's still Suomalainen in front, knocking a couple 10ths of a second out of Akjol. Akjol just 20 years old, so a lot of runway ahead of him. Another one of those skaters who often competes in B division, was not in Calgary for the World Single Distance Championships. The pain etched into the face of Suomalainen, and he crosses first 148.13, 149.03 for Nurali Akjol, and so for the moment 1 and 2 in the overall classification. And as we saw in the women's races, it tends to last about a single pair. So it's 1 down. There are 11 pairs to go.
Pair number 2, the inner lane, representing Belgium, Indra Mera.
Sitting next to Jordan Stolz. One getting primed, one getting recovered. Indra Medar of Belgium and Mateusz Śliwa of Poland.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start, see the red flags, that will go to Slivka. bit of a twitch.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is actually Slivka's senior debut. What a time to make it. The 18-year-old, pardon me, spent the whole season on the junior circuit, competed at the Junior World Championships in Japan. And now here he is in Inzell. What a time to make your senior debut, and it's the fastest opening for Mateusz Slivka. Medard only jumped over to long track speed skating in 2022. He, like many, has the inline background, former junior inline champion and European champion runner-up at the senior level. Mostly saw him on World Cup doing team pursuit, but he did do one 5K race in Poland. Slivka still out in front, identical lap times. 26.49 between these two men. And what's funny about this is their two personal bests are identical of 150.51. And at the bell, it is still Slivka in front. Medard closing up by about 16/100ths of a second. Slivka upping the leg speed. We're told that's always a sign that he is fighting just to maintain his speed. You're not getting the long strides, the long glides. It's really starting to hurt, but Slivka is back out in front using that inner lane. Drops both the arms, will take the pair. 147.86, 148.10 for Medard. And that, 147.86. Slivka just knocked out nearly three whole seconds from his personal best. Personal best 155.1. And so, talk about ending your season with a bang. About 2 3/4 seconds. Hey, Slivka, well done, young man. A modest thumbs up from the coach. Next up is Victor Haldorp and Jake Weideman of Canada. Haldorp also does some coaching. And Weideman, of course, Isabel Weideman. Is the elder of the Weidemans.
Ready.
Weideman, born in Ottawa, but like most skaters, including his sister Isabel, they're out at the Olympic Oval in Calgary. That reaction shot of Slivka. He still can't believe it. When you're knocking out nearly 3 seconds of a personal best, what kind of boost might that give you heading into the off-season? Thorpe, multiple-time Olympian. Weideman out in front right now. Weideman 51.2 at the moment, 26.43 lap time. Thorpe going with both the arms on the back, keeping the strides as long as possible. You saw Thorpe in the coaching side of things when his wife Sophia skated in the World Sprints the other day. And with 1 lap to go, Weideman closing things up, but look at the speed comparison. Thorpe really closing things up. Weideman does have the inner lane. Looking at the moment though, like Thorpe carrying a whole lot more speed. Certainly the higher turnover on the corners. Closing it up, but it is still Weideman just hanging on. Thorpe is closing. And at the line, 1/100th of a second separating them. More than a second difference on that last lap, but just hanging on. Jake Weideman, but Thorpe moves atop the leaderboard for the moment in the overall portion. That is 1/100th of a second. Oder. Austria. And Felix Mali. A nice ovation from the home crowd.
Go to the start. Ready.
Oder trains at the, or has trained at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Yesterday, Molly was 20th in the 500, 17th in the 5,000. Oder 11th in the 500, 19th in the 5,000. And here we go, and it is Oder out in front, a couple hundredths of a second. Oder, who is from the Tyrol region, which is the area of which Innsbruck is a part of. A couple times Winter Olympic host, Youth Olympic host. Breathtaking city. Lovely little sort of winter sports haven. And it is Oder, a former World Junior Mass Start champion. Both arms on the back. Knocking out a second and a half right now. 27.06 the lap time. Molly trying to just maintain what speed he has on the straightaways. Just are trying to keep the glide going as long as possible. It's on the turns that you really want the quick turnover. Oder, 145.96. And Molly, 146.78. He likes that one. Molly just knocked out his personal best by 1/100th of a second. Solid lap time from him. Really closed things up. Scrapped and clawed his way back into that one. Pair coming up. Malfatti, Italy, and Ethan Separin of the United States.
Go to the start.
Separin, 2 years ago, just snuck into the top 8. Compete in that final 10K, finishing 8th overall. Fati would love to get into that top 8 because the 5 and 10,000 meters is where he flourishes. Those longer distances. Fati 23rd in the 500 yesterday, but then he jumped up with the 4th fastest 5,000 meter time. So a lot to ask for. That's why these all-around championships are so interesting, because you have experts of different things trying events they're not used to. So Malfatti, an elite distance skater, really his thing in the 500. Very similar lap time between the two. It's Separin out in front. Separin was 16th in the 500, 13th in the 5,000. That's 16th overall. And they will come up to the bell with Separin still out in front. Malfatti would love to be in the 10K. He was a top 10 finisher at the World Single Distance Championships in Calgary. Finished on the podium the one time a 10,000 meters was done on World Cup this year in Norway. A lot of it comes down to the next few seconds. Fatigue also to play for here. Separin still out in front. Coming to the finish, it's Separin who's going to take the pair, and he will be right on with the fastest time. He likes it too. Malfatti about 3/4 of a second off the pace, 1:45.96. So Separin just over half a second off his personal best. And Malfatti about 1/1600ths of a second off his own personal best. You always want to finish your season on a high note. It's an all Dutch pair coming up. They keep the fans clad in orange happy. Chris Huizinga and Kars Jansman.
Go to the start. Ready.
These two skaters 1 and 2 at the end of February at the Dutch National All-Around Championships. Of course, Patrick Roost did not take part in that event. He had already qualified for these All-Around Championships. And Jansman really just snuck in. It was a battle between him and Bo Snelling. And Jansman overcame a nearly 7-second deficit in the 10,000 meters to book his spot here. So both of these two men, there is the team leader. It's Huizinga. Half a second in the green right now. Jansman would love to use that distance prowess to his advantage. But after day one, these two men were 13th and 14th. So a lot of names to climb over if they want to get into the top and qualify for that 10K. At the bell, Huizinga still in front, but his time is slipping a little bit. Just about 0.2 of a second ahead of our current leader. Jansman, 1.5 seconds adrift. And it is going to be Huizinga finishing things off. And then from Groningen. And he finishes 1:46.79, so he slipped. Jansman too, both of them really losing time there They are 2nd and 5th overall. So it's going to be a tall order for these two men to potentially get into the top 8 with still the second half of the draw still to go. And in it to the 7th pair. Two men we often see in mass start. On the inner lane, Daniele Di Stefano and Chung Jae-won of Korea.
Representing Korea, national all-round 1500-meter champion, it's Chung Jae-won.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these men on the podium in World Cup in mass start this season. Chung Jae-won winning the World Cup in Salt Lake City. And Daniele Di Stefano picked up a silver in Beijing. That was a memorable sort of day where we saw really the beginnings, maybe not the beginnings, but team tactics really starting to play a role in mass start now. And in that Beijing World Cup, it was Daniele Di Stefano who played sort of the lead-out man in the mass start, and then just kind of hung on for a silver medal as Italy went 1 and 2 on that day. And it was Andrea Giovannini winning gold. Chung also won the Four Continents Championship in the mass start. And it is Di Stefano at the bell. Both of them well into the green though. 1:15.70, Di Stefano 1:15.89 at the moment. Chung Jae-won. Lap times within about 0.2 of a second of each other. Di Stefano dropping both the arms, perhaps losing some speed, and he's just scrapping a little bit to keep it up. Chung had both arms behind the back. Both of the men just trying to keep it upright, crossing the line. Di Stefano, 1:44.01, almost 2 seconds in the green. 1:44.23 for Chung, 1.73 ahead. And Di Stefano, 2/100ths of a second off his personal best. Will be another Italian in the next pair. The man who threw down a track record yesterday in the 5,000 meters, Davide Giotto. Wu Yu on the other.
Ready.
And despite throwing down a track record yesterday, 6:06.28 in the 5,000 meters, Giotto only sitting at 9th overall at the moment. That's because he put down a 37.52 in the 500 meters, and that was 21st. So the distance skater who wants to get into his much beloved 10K, gonna have to pull something out of the hat here to jump ahead. He's really about 0.04 of a second back of Riku Tsuchiya of Japan. So a lot will depend on the next lap or so. And Di Stefano in the overall right now, pardon me, Giotto behind Di Stefano by a couple tenths of a second. So if he wants to have a shot, Giotto is going to have to put in a shift here. Wu is well behind right now. Wu also one that we often see in the longer distances. He was 8th in the World Cup classification in the distances. That's the 5,000 and the 10,000. Giotto in front. That is a lot of red to make up. 0.9 of a second on Di Stefano. And with a few pairs still to come, it will be watch and wait time for Giotto. And Giotto takes the pair, 1:45.93, third overall, second in the classification. And so yeah, you just hear them. Giotto just knocked down a 1:45.93. That beat his personal best, 1:46.64. But he is second now, behind his own teammate. So we will wait and see if he qualifies. An all Japanese battle in the next pair. Shomu Sasaki and Riku Tsuchiya.
Also representing Japan, number 3 of yesterday's 500 meters is Riku Tsuchiya.
Go to the start.
As Stoltz gets ready.
Ready.
Coming into today, these two men are 7th and 8th. Both of them really more on the sprint side of things. Sasaki was second in the 500, Tsuchiya was third, and they slipped. Sasaki was 16th in the 5,000, Tsuchiya was 12th. And so this being that interesting middle of the two, we'll see how they will hang on. Let's try to keep it going. Of course, Sasaki does do longer distances. He is a team pursuit member. He also competes in mass start. He won the mass start at the Quebec City World Cup. And of course, mass start is a whole different beast altogether. And the only thing you see, they compare to Di Stefano's time. But they might start to see those advantages tick away. And you see that the lead is starting to dwindle. At the bell, Sasaki still able to hang on to be in the green at the moment. Tsuchiya, though, it's about 1/10 of a second either way. Not in the red, not in the green right now. This is a very good 1,500 meters. Able to hang on, it is Shomu Sasaki. And he hangs on 1:44.36. He goes atop the leaderboard. And Tsuchiya goes to third. 1:44.36. Beat Sasaki's old personal best, which was 1:44.80. So perhaps mission accomplished for him, getting into that 10K where a lot more suffering awaits. So down to the final 3 pairs. Sander Eitrem of Norway, and Bart Swings on the outer.
Representing Norway, national all-round champion, Sander Eitrem. And the outlane representing Belgium, national record holder, Olympic master champion, Bart Swings.
Go to the start. Ready.
Eitrem, a member of that Norwegian team pursuit side that briefly held the world record. They set it at the European Championships. And it wasn't much later that the U.S. team regained their world record at the World Cup stop in Salt Lake City. For Bart Swings, we really know him well for his mass start excellence. With the defending gold medalist. Two-time mass start world champion as well. A lot of Norwegian sweaters cheering on Sander Eitrem, but it Swings at the moment. They are starting to tick closer to Saseki's time. Both of them both do long distances. I imagine both of them will tick into the green in shortly. The live time check on the bottom right of your screen is for the overall classification, not for this event alone. And so you'll see the split at the bell. And Swings about 3/4 of a second off the pace, but he is now ticking into the green in the overall. And Swings will get a nice draft down the backstretch behind Sander Eitrem of Norway. Two pairs still to come after this. Eitrem was 6th in the 10,000 meters in Calgary at the World Championships, bronze in the 5,000. So expect big things from him. And Swings, who we know will try to throw down in the 10K, he goes fastest in this distance and overall. One job is done. Got through the 1,500 meters. And now we can go for the 10,000. Swings. Well, he finished 9th in Calgary. The World Championship, Championships. And pair number 11. The Norwegian fans cheer on their own here.
Also representing Norway, gold Olympic team pursuit medal winner,
Go to the start. Ready.
The penultimate race in the career of Sverre Lund Pedersen. He would love to go out on a high 4 times. 2nd place at the World All-Around Championships, including 3 in a row, 2020, 2019, 2018. In 2016, he also finished 2nd, and then 3rd in 2015. Always seems to be someone ahead of him. Lately, it's been Patrick Rust, although Jordan Stolz, is he the next one? Both of these men are in the green. Algeir Ingebrigtsen still in the green, in the distance. Pedersen losing a little bit of time on day one. I'll remind you, Engeboten 10th in the 500, 5th in the 5,000. Pedersen was 8th in the 500, 6th in the 5,000. And a very close race between these two men coming up to the bell. Both of them atop the overall leaderboard for the time being, virtually. Engeboten still just hanging on in the distance. Pedersen keeping that turnover nice and metronomic. He knows how to do an world all-arounds. He knows how to handle the pain, mete out the punishment to himself. And it will be Pedersen. 143.97, 144.09. So 1 and 2 overall, 2nd and 4th in the distance. And so Sverre Lund Pedersen will get one final race. And head-to-head up next. Oh my. Here we go. On the inner lane, Jordan Stolz, the Jordan Stolz. On the outer, Patrick Roost. Could this be the first of two head-to-head battles between these two men today?
Go to the start. Ready.
Stolz threw down a new track record yesterday in the 500 meters. He, of course, is the two-time defending world champion in this distance, and he's still only 19. And so his goal here is to perhaps build up enough of a cushion that he can sustain in the 10,000 meters. Roost, just stay close. In the opening, Stolz 23.32 through the first 300 meters. I should note the track record 142.58 held by Thomas Kroll, set back in 2019. Set just over 5 years ago, and it is Stolz out in front. This could very well all come down to the 10,000 meters, and it could be a case of Stolz not fading too far behind Roost. We of course know how good Roost is in the 10,000. Look at that advantage overall. 8 seconds to work with. And if you do the math, it's almost 6 seconds over Patrick Roost. And Stolz 2 seconds ahead. He is still pouring it on, dropping both the arms, trying to scrap and claw and bite his way to every single tenth of a second he can get. This time will, of course, be divided by 3 to give him his points in these overall standings. Stolz, without doubt, will move atop the leaderboard, and he will go 141.77. That is another track record for Jordan Stolz. 143.37 for Patrick Roost. And so that could set up a very exciting conclusion in the 10,000 meters. Of course, the time in the 10,000 meters to get their score will have to divide by 20. shall see what remains. 10,000 meters still to come, but what can stop that man? A person? Seems like something supernatural must have beat him these days. See how they get drawn, and wouldn't it be something to see them go head to head? Now the recovery can begin. Of course, there will be that quick little podium visit. Fitting, born in the USA, playing over the loudspeaker. There is the result. Stolz, Rust, Swings, Pedersen, and Daniele Di Stefano. Fitting that the boss is playing over the loudspeaker, and perhaps a new boss in the World Speed Skating All-Around Championships. Ice resurfacers are back out. And we have about 15 minutes until things resume. There is your top 10. Stolz, Rust, Pedersen, Engebroten, Swings, Eitrem, Sasaki, and Di Stefano. 1 through 8. There you have it. You'll get that last podium presentation for this last event that we just saw, and then we will return with the women's 5,000 meters, and where champions will be crowned. My name is Gavin Day. Stay with us.
So we do it in English. First of all, thank you very much for joining us here on the infield for a short reaction, because you have to prepare for maybe the most important 10K in your career.
Yeah, it's going to be very special. If I still win the overall, I have to get thrown on that. So it's time to cool down now and prepare as good as possible for that.
And it's not impossible.
It's definitely not impossible, but it's going to be very hard one. I think I've skated the 10K of my life, and then maybe I can get you, but it's going to be a very difficult one.
Met de support van de Nederlandse fans gaan we nog een heel eind komen, weet ik.
Ja, zeker. Het is niet om hier te schaatsen. Ik kom bij een hele leven in Inzell, dus vooral om hier in de vol stadion te rijden.
Zullen ze hartelijk bedanken. Doe even in Duits en in Nederlands.
Duits is niet heel goed, maar vooral alle Nederlandse fans, hartelijk bedankt en we gaan een mooie 10 kilometer maken.
Oh, en 10 kilometer. That's the spirit. Patrick Roost.
As you can see, on the screens, 3 more minutes to the start of the 5,000 meters all round. 4 races, 8 skaters. The first race, first parents, volleybal 10.
Ze hebben de kaart niet afgeschaft, hoor. Dat maakt het wel
The
makkelijk.
second race, Ayana Sato, Francesca, third race, Marijn Vroeghout en Anton Rijbayon. The fourth race, Joy Webber versus Anne Meijer.
Voor deze op grote zetzak kijken, ik even een klein toilet.
You see those 1 and 2 in the final pair. Joy Bird is defending in lead position, 2 seconds, 76. Ahead of Almai. There's one interesting race in the number 3, pair number 3, Groenwoud versus Wijkmanion. Groenwoud needs to make 10 seconds of Bird. And Wijkmanion at 35. So as we said, the podium isn't yet decided. Still the final 5,000 meters skate. Overall classification now on screens.
Just about time for the women's 5,000 meters, the final race of the season for probably all of these women. An off-season beckons, some rest, some recovery, but first, some medals to give out. Those very, very nice World All-Around Championship medals. 4 pairs. You see it right there. Ragnar Wiklund sneaking in to the top 8. Valerie Malte against her. Ayana Sato, runner-up from 2 years ago Francesca Lollobrigida. Here's a look at Marijke Groenewald. Two Dutch skaters standing at the top of the podium. Here we go. Veteran, Valerie Malte, and Ragna Wiklund making it in to skate one of her preferred races. See if she can make a jump up the leaderboard.
Ready.
And cleanly away. What kind of surge can Wiklund make? The woman from Oslo. She turns 24 in May. Both of these skaters should be pretty comfortably in their wheelhouses. The 5,000 meters is done just once on World Cup. Like the men only do the 10,000 meters once on World Cup. And it was in Stavanger on Wiklund's home ice. She won a bronze medal that day. This is very much her element. She is the 5,000 meter Norwegian champion. She'll be heading off into an off-season. Not sure if she will go back to compete in orienteering as she's done before. I know she did a 10-kilometer run at the Oslo Marathon in September, so I'm sure there will be some time off as well. Right behind Wiklund at that one-time 5,000 meter being done on World Cup was Valerie Malte. And there's a matter of 2 seconds in between them. And then, of course, it was done at the World Single Distance Championships in Quebec. Malte was 6th there. Wiklund was 4th, and there's a bigger margin there, 10 seconds in between them. It looks like in the early going, Wiklund certainly off to the flying start. Of course, these events are tough to handicap. 3 events already done in 2 days. And so it mixes the preparation, the fitness, as well as the recovery. How they can wind down, perhaps get the lactic out of the legs a little bit, as much as they can, before getting right back up and priming themselves for the race. So 12 and a half laps. Around that corner, looked like Wiklund was very much on the beat with the music being played. And then these longer distances, well, this is the longest distance for women. On the straightaways, it really puts a prime on conserving as much energy as you can. And so these long looping strides that she does are certainly to her benefit. And Wiklund going a couple kilometers an hour faster than Malte right now. And so it's also a change of how you skate. It's not the same in a 1,500 meters as a 5,000 meters, and so those who can make the necessary changes keeping their own strengths in mind, have the most success. And so Weekland 7.5 seconds up on Malte right now. He's looking very composed. Not really fighting the ice right now. Coming up to 5 laps to go, a 32.44 lap time for Weekland. Malte answers with a 33.72, so 1.3 seconds taken out on that lap alone. Be interesting to see how Weekland can jump up the leaderboard. Should be noted the track record, Martina Sablikova with a 6:44.85. See if that can be beaten. Joy Buna, the current leader and 5,000 meter world champion. Let's go in the last pair against Han Mei. Malte into the 34s. Live speed check. Weekland going a couple kilometers an hour faster than Malte. The season coming down to the last few laps. You see Malte rising up a little bit. Trying to stay as compact as possible. Keeping the strides as long as she can. Weekland just looking a whole lot more spry at the moment. Plenty of Norwegian support. 33.66 the lap time. 2 to go. Weekland. See how long this can hold up. 34.90 for Malte, so she's staying in the 34s. And for Weekland, going to end the season with a bang. She is a silver medalist from 2023 in the World Championships in Heerenveen in the 5,000 meters. Certainly one of the younger skaters to watch in distance events. 23 years old, potentially still a long way to go for her. The last few strides in anger on the season for Ragnar Weekland. She will set the fastest time, 6:53.51. She will go fastest now, 34.76 the last lap time. Smile perhaps of relief. And Malte will throw down a 7:08.71. It's about 10 seconds off her personal best. And so for the moment, 1 and 2 with 3 pairs still to come. Pair Ayano Sato, runner-up from the last World Single Distances. Podium might be a stretch for her. And Francesca Lollobrigida. Sweet relief. The season is over.
Go to the start. Ready.
Tough to read the face. You know what that means. Whether she was happy or not with that. And then Ayano Sato, gold medalist from the Pyeongchang 2018 Olympics in the team pursuit. And then a silver medalist from Beijing. Francesca Lollobrigida. See how these two skaters compare. There's about a 15 seconds difference in their personal best. Of course, Sato may be more suited to shorter distances. The 1500, the 3000. See how things change. Francesca Lollobrigida has a silver medal in the 3,000 meters from the last Olympics in Beijing. Is Lollobrigida, who was also fourth in the Olympics in Beijing. Made a comeback to the World Cup circuit this season. After one day of the music playing. They're trying to keep rhythm with the music on May. Big race coming up for her. Lollobrigida certainly on form right now. 32.86 the lap time. A little bit off the pace right now. But she goes over the top on the crossover. Nice quick turnover around the corners. You're not going to be gaining speed around the corners, but you also don't want to lose too much. So it's a matter of quick turnovers, quick feet around the corners, and then just settling back into a nice long rhythm. There's the disc difference right now. Both of them are well in the green. Plenty of time to work with. Compared to Ragnar Wiklund's time. Combined times, rather. It's doing the calculation for you, so fortunately I don't have to do the math in calculating the Samolog score as it goes along. And so continuing the calculations to get that 500 meter comparative time, they'll take this 5,000 meter time and divide it by 10 to determine how many points they get. So on the quick calculations, Lollobrigida losing little bits of time as she goes, but she is still well in the green. 2,000 meters to go, and she has about 6 seconds to work with. So Wiklund certainly threw down a good solid 5,000 meter time. But Francesca Lollobrigida had some good time to work with. Focus. Joy Buna, one race, and a huge accomplishment. And Sato's time dripping away. Not really getting tons of glide there. Lollobrigida still looking quite fresh. ticking up the turnover a little bit as Sato dips into the red on the overall. She's 11 seconds, almost 12 seconds back in this distance, and over 1 overall. Lola Brigida hanging on for now. Since 3,000 meters, she's lost about 2 seconds. The pain really setting in now. Debriefing. 2 laps to go, 3.7 seconds to hang on. The hurt really now. The tunnel vision seeping in. The darkness is setting in. She's just trying to survive another lap. Now looking quite a bit tired, quite tired. 1 lap to go, the legs are heavy. One final push, knowing the season is almost over. And she was still in the green. I don't see her losing more than 3 seconds on the final lap, but so many things can happen when you are this fatigued. Francesca Lollobrigida still in front. Round the corner the final time, and Lollobrigida looking to move atop the leaderboard. 6:58.76, and yes, that's the one that matters. Bottom right, classification. She goes into first place overall. Ayano Sato. She will go to third in the overall classification. And with 2 pairs still to go, Francesca Lollobrigida, first overall. So she is guaranteed of a top 5. And certainly not a bad way to finish things off. And now, here we go, the Dutch battle. Marijke Groenewald and Antoinette Reitma de Jong.
Go to the start. Ready.
Reitma de Jong, the 28-year-old. She's finished in third at the last 3 World All-Around Championships, 2022, 2020, and 2019. Is she headed for a 4th straight? She also finished in 3rd place in 2016. So the only thing standing in the way of a Dutch sweep of the podium is in the next pair. That's Han Mei. And so here we go indeed. The one time a 5,000 meter was done on World Cup. Marijke Groenewald did win silver. And she did not do the 5,000 meters at the World Championships. At that World Cup, the podium was Martina Sablikova, Marijke Groenewald, and Ragna Wiklund. Irene Schouten won the B division and actually went faster than anybody, but they skated in quads, and so not a direct comparison between the two. Reitma de Jong did not do the 5,000 meters at that stop in Stavanger. And at the moment, Groenewald out in front by a second. Reitma de Jong just going to try to throw down as good a time as she can and hope that Han Mei cannot match cannot match it well enough. Of course, the calculations will be done on the fly. And for the moment, Marijke Groenwold in the green by 0.4 of a second. Just compare the two right now. Groenwold, very long strides, locked in. It will get tougher naturally as this race goes on, but very rhythmic, maximizing the glide, and then getting the arm going to keep the legs turning over around the corner. But she is a little bit in the red in this distance. In the overall right now, I imagine she's still a good measure in the green, but we will see that live split coming up. And Groenwold about 0.6 of a second off the pace. Turned 25 at the end of January. From Haarlem, northeast of Amsterdam. She's slipping a little bit. Time is dropping behind that set by Francesca Lollobrigida. We won't have the live check coming up shortly. Or we will, rather. Very comparable speeds right now. And coming up to 3,000 meters, and Groenwold lapping 33s, 33.18. Right, Medellin keeping good contact. What the discussions are. I'm not sure if this is how they're liking Groenwold's time. See what she has in the latter portion of this race. She is 2 seconds behind now. 33.01. So low 33s, right? Medellin 33.45. Is an uptick in the speed right now for a while. They were going at a comparable pace. Right, Medellin did do the Dutch All-Around Championships. She was second in the 5,000 meters. Groenwold did not take part. Right, Medellin did win the Dutch All-Around Championships. And Marijke Groenwold now coming up to complete another lap. Francesca Lollobrigida still has the fastest time in the 5,000 meters. And Groenwold closing it up now. 2 laps to go. She has about 1 3/4 seconds. She's now lapping in the 33s. All part of the game plan. There is a bit of a grimace there. And all part of the plan. Lollobrigida watches and waits. We'll see if she is doing another lap in the 33s at the bell. Marijke Groenwold down to 1.6 the disadvantage, 33.79. Right, Medellin a 34.25. Now she just knows she has to empty the tank. And just keeping both arms behind the back just to keep those long strides going. Marijke Groenwold. is she able to close the gap to Francesca Lollobrigida? Final few strides, the Dutch fans, all the fans on their feet, and Marijke Groenewald closes it up, but half a second behind, but it's enough to move her atop the overall standing, 6:54.04, and Antoinette Reitma de Jong enough to move her into second overall. And so now they will both be paying attention to this final race. Different stakes for both of them. And Groenewald with the late surge, but not enough to overcome Francesca Lollobrigida, but it is enough for her to move atop the overall standings with just one pair still to come. And there we have it. Joy Buhne, the 5,000 meter world champion. And Han Mei, currently in second overall.
Go to the start.
It'll be interesting to watch Han Mei because her results are rather enigmatic. She picks up medals in the 1500s, in the 1000s, World Championships in Calgary, World Cups, but then she did also take part in the women's 5,000 meters in Stavanger, finishing in 5th. So she's there or thereabouts in the results. She did finish in 8th in the 3,000 meters, and so it's not a bad pair for Han Mei when you have the world champion in front of you and you just know you need to stay close to maintain your podium position. Antoinette Reitma de Jong will be watching Han Mei in particular. Buhne just kind of has to do what we know she can do in order to survive and pick up the World All-Around Championship. At 24 years old, Joy Buhne, from Born in eastern part of the Netherlands, right near the German border. Buhne, this is actually her first time taking part in the World All-Arounds. So not a bad ascendancy if she can go 1 for 1, with many more years potentially to come. The first of how many? But she has to get to the first one first. Buhne has 4 seconds to work with, a second and a half up on the 5,000 meters in distance time. Groenewald knows she'll be on the podium. Also a good smile knowing that maybe a rest is on the way as the off-season approaches. Just want to keep it smooth, keep it consistent. Nice long strides from Buhne right now. And nothing in a poker face right now. I always like to say the best in showing nothing has always been Martina Sablikova. But Joy Buhne giving her a run for her money, face like stone at the moment. and she is adding to the lead. There's the difference over Reitma de Jong, who's in second right now. Han Mei losing time, so we could potentially be on course for a Dutch sweep of the World All-Around Championships. And just seeing if I can find Buna still in the green, not really adding much time. The last time, if this is correct, the last time a country managed to sweep the podium at the World All-Around Championships was in 1998 in Heerenveen. Gunda Niemann-Sternemann winning gold, Claudia Pechstein silver, and Annie Friesinger winning bronze. Friesinger, of course, used to train and live at this very oval. Used to train, I don't think she lived at the oval, but the great Gunda Niemann-Sternemann, who won this event 8 times. This was the 7th of her 8 all-around championships in 1998 in Heerenveen. So the last time any country swept the podium. It has been a while, but the Dutch on course for that. Joy Buna lapping 32.9. Still not adding or losing much time, just keeping it consistent. Might this be the beginning of a new page in speed skating history? Buna won the 5,000 meters in Calgary. 3 laps to go. Buna losing a little bit of time. Not much just yet, but a 33.3. And if you'll remember, Groenewold was closing. She was picking up the speed at this point. And so I think Sablikova's track record of 6:44.85 will be safe. But Joy Buna on her way to perhaps a first World All-Round Speed Skating Championship. 2 to go, 800 meters. Again, just losing a few hundredths of a second. 33.70 the lap time. Still, a face not giving away much. Han Mei looking well out of the picture now. It is looking like it will be a Dutch sweep. And a small measure of pain seeping in. The arm drops a little bit. Wonder if that'll throw off the rhythm a little bit. The bell, 400 meters to go. Less than a second. The difference between her and Groenewold on the ice. The overall is a different story. Now it's agony. Now it's pain. Now it's suffering. Joy Buna, a quick look up at the clock there as she rounds the corner. The final time. One hand on the leg. The home fans bringing her through the agony. Joy Buna, can she go to the top? Yes, she can. Joy Buna, world all-around champion. Joy Buna, 6:52.62. Han Mei will go 7:07.43, 6th in the distance, 5th overall. And so, Netherlands 1, Netherlands 2, Netherlands 3. Joy Buna. It's no secret anymore that Joy Buna is the best in the world. Now the emotion can come out for Joy Buna. A season culminates in that moment. The elation of hearing your name shouted over the loudspeaker. Savor the moment. Might this be the first of many for Joy Buna, but for now, she'll enjoy this one. And that says it all, doesn't it? The pain in the legs. And the Dutch fans who made the trip will get to celebrate. Another time on the podium for Antoinette Reitma de Jong. And the results, Buna, Ragnar Weekland ends up putting up the second fastest 5,000 meter time. Monika Groenewold third, Francesca Lollobrigida fourth. The overall standings. The Dutch sweep. Buna, Groenewold, Antoinette Reitma de Jong, third place. Once again, fourth time in a row for her. Lollobrigida in fourth and Han May in fifth. Ragnar Weekland jumping up to sixth. Rest of the results, there'll be a podium. There'll be a flood of the ice. And then one more event still to come. The 10,000 meters. And here we go. The start list for the men's 10,000 meters. 4 pairs. Look at that last one. Stoles and Rust. The rematch. And it's going to be interesting to see the overall standings at the moment. 33 seconds. The difference right now. And we will see how it all plays out in the 10,000 meters. Roost is much faster in the 10,000. There is no denying that his Stoles fast enough to just hang on. There's about 35 seconds difference between the two men's personal bests. Stoles seems confident he can go a 13:14, knocking out 3.5 seconds from his personal best. But that is still some time away. We have 3 races ahead of that. There is Sverlund Pedersen on the left. He's getting ready for his final race of his career. First up, an all-Italian pair, Davide Giotto and Michele Malfatti. Set the track record for the 5,000 meters yesterday.
Ready.
An all-Italian battle. And one would imagine this is Giotto's pair to lose. Would be likely heavily favored here. Giotto, 10,000 meter bronze medal winner from the last Olympics. Not a distance they do terribly often. Just like the women's 5,000 meters, just once on World Cup this year. Of course, at the World Championships as well in Calgary, the single distances, and Giotto is the defending world champion in the 10,000 meters. There's a long way to go. His time in Calgary was a 12:38.82. Of course, this ice is fast, but I'm not sure if it's up to Calgary speed. We'll find out. That was his personal best, was Giotto. So 30 years old, still going faster and faster. Let's see how these early lap times look. 30.77. Malfatti hanging in there, just dropping a couple hundredths of a second. But already Giotto going over the top on that crossover. So just particularly in the early going, you can appreciate it's almost metronomic, almost hypnotic, the side to side, the striding takes. Malfatti, almost someone skating in behind, emulating one of the greats at it. Wonder who gets to choose the music going over the PA as the Gypsy Kings blares around the Max Eicher Arena. Malfatti is a member of the Italian team pursuit side that won in Calgary, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, beating the likes of Norway and the United States to team pursuit gold. The two teams that had set world records this year. That is where Malfatti has found a lot of his success. However, the one time this 10,000 meters was held on World Cup in Stavanger, Malfatti won a bronze medal. But he was 8th at the World Championships, World Single Distances in Calgary. It'll be interesting to see how they train this. They train to peak at the various times. When you go back and you start a training block, you wonder how he might rise up to this challenge. At the moment, it is Giotto and Malfatti just dropping a couple of tenths of a second, both of them in the 30 range, mid-30s range. So many familiar faces in the stands and on the infield at this event. The distance difference between these two men in Calgary of 28 seconds. Malfatti did a 13:07. I'm not sure if that would have been a good day for him, considering 12:38, or pardon me, 13:01 is his personal best time. Italy did have their single distance championships late last month at the outdoor oval at Baselga di Pine. That was actually supposed to be the location for speed skating at the Olympic Games in 2026. However, budgetary reasons sort of prevented them from putting a roof over the facility, and so they have settled on having an oval in Milan itself. And it's a long way to say. At the recent Italian single distance championships, it was Giotto winning by 10 seconds over Michele Malfatti. So really, without question, these are Italy's two premier 10,000 meter skaters. And Giotto still in the low 30s. Malfatti dipping into the 31.25. Still long strides. And very nice quick turnover on the corners. Giotto. Nearly halfway there. Italian team. It'll be interesting to follow their journey up to the next Olympics. You might have seen earlier Enrico Fabrice. He was the Italian hero the last time. Time Italy hosted the Olympics. That, of course, was Turin 2006. And it is still Giotto well out in front. He set the track record in the 5,000 meters yesterday. It should be noted the current track record, 12:46.91. That's set by Niels van der Poel. It was back in December of 2020. Road will have to come back and get a medal for the World All-Around Championships. She was just on the podium for the distance itself, and they didn't get medals. I believe there's a bell. Pretty nice podium prize. Through 6,000 meters now. Giotto pretty much bang on, 30.3. He's just been locked in there the last few laps. See how much deviation there is going to be on the next time around. Look at young Mr. Stoles. Malfatti now into the 31.6s. He's now about 10 seconds adrift, which is where those two were at the Italian single distance championships late last month. He goes even faster, 30.29 now. Patrick Roost. He will go in the last pair. I don't think his overall ranking is threatened. And another one, Giotto faster again. He's inching closer to 29. This is an absolute clinic being put on by Davide Giotto. Still, look at those long, graceful strides. The glide he's getting every single bit out of that ice as he can. .2,800 meters to go. Another one at 30.08. So consistent. Just maintaining that tempo. And Malfatti bringing it back a little bit to 31.2. Bringing it back compared to his previous laps, that is. Still, Giotto knocking out about a second a lap on Michele Malfatti. There he is into the 29.9s. That actually is Niels van der Poel, isn't it? That's why it was so familiar. He's still a young man. If he sees a record fall here, might he consider coming back to regain a record? And I'm sure he's very happy having won just about all there is to win. And Giotto back into the 30s.06. Malfatti also picking up the pace, 31.09. Here he comes. Couple laps to go, 4 to go. Giotto right on 30 seconds. And you know what? This may potentially be on a track record pace. Once again, it's Niels van der Poel, 12:46.91. And if Giotto can hold it together, this is going to get interesting. 3 to go. A 29.9 from Giotto. With the previous record holder watching on. Every time we come around, he just keeps putting it in. The low 30s, the high 29s. 2 to go. There's another 29.74 for Davide Giotto. This not only is on course to break the record, it's on course to smash the track record. Still just maintaining that form, keeping that high turnover around the corners. He still looks very fresh, doesn't he? A 31.19 from Malfatti. There's the bell. And another one, a 29.78 for Giotto. Giotto, I don't think there's that much of a let-up in him. We could be on pace for the smashing of a new track record. And how long might this one hold up? Because there's still several pairs to go. Fans on their feet recognizing the moment. Here comes Giotto. He will stop the clock. 12:40.61. New track record for Davide Giotto by over 6 seconds. Yeah, that's all right, I'll say. And right in the middle there, Niels van der Poel, his record falls by the wayside. It's okay though for him. Niels van der Poel still holding on to the world record of 12:30.74. But nice job from that man, picking up the double track records in 5,000 and the 10,000. Davide Giotto finishing his season with a bang. How long might that one hold up? And the second pair. Bart swings. And it's Sander Eitrem of Norway.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sander Eitrem. He was 5th in the World All-Arounds 2 years ago. And he's going up against Bart Swings, who was the bronze medal winner 2 years ago at the World All-Arounds. Going. Maybe losing a little bit of time, but Giotto just threw down a master class of consistency. Low 30s for so long, and then just dropped the hammer into the 29s. And so, as comparisons go, the last time this was done on World Cup, or World Championships rather, Swings finished in 9th in Calgary at the World Single Distances. Eitrem was 6th. And between them, there's actually a new personal best for Sander Eitrem. And close to 6 seconds was the difference. So this Norwegian distance program churning out the talent. Eitrem, just 22 years of age. And so you see a lot of the particularly distance skaters peaking. And so once he gets everything figured out, how his body responds, when to push, how to push, it'll be interesting to see what happens. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of Jordan Stolz coming up. Yes, Eitrem, another member of that, or a member of that temporary world record holding Team Pursuit side. But he also won bronze in the 5,000 at both the European Championships and World Single Distance Championships. World Cup classification this year in the distances event. Eitrem was 11th overall. Of course, Swings defending his mass start world championship in Calgary and will be aiming to defend his mass start Olympic title in just a few years now as we count down. Got to be inside 2 years to Milan Cortina 2026. And Swings, who's actually just turned 33 last month. Extensively long palmares in the world of inline. Very close between these two. Eitrem knocking out about half a second out of Swings that last time around. How's your recovery, Gordon Jordan? We will see him shortly. Very even pair through the early exchanges. And both of these men lapping now in the 30s. Swings certainly taking longer strides. Left out 2 track records in his back pocket now from 2 days of work. Even if he did not finish on the podium, certainly a couple things to hang his hat on, especially beating Patrick Roost yesterday in the 5,000 meters, something that took about a whole season to accomplish. Second so many times in 5,000 meters this year, and finally eking out the victory. And Giotto was 7th at the All-Arounds 2 years ago, and Mr. Roost enters the arena. Destiny awaits. Very, very even pair, these two. Just over 1/10 of a second. Eitrem closing things up. Is that the big shift moment that he grabs this race by the scruff of the neck? He does not let it go. Malfatti also looking on, closing in on the halfway mark, and Swings is the one who ups the tempo a little bit and goes a tiny bit faster this time around. Little separating these two men right now. Yo-yoing back and forth the lap times. Eitrem 30.85, Swings 31.01. He dips into the 31s. Of course, remember, Giotto was low 30s for a lot of it, and then just floored it and got into the 29s near the end. Still in the 39s. There is the split with Giotto. They still both have some time to work with. However, see how long that takes to ebb away. There's 6,000 now. Still nothing separating these two. It's back and forth. Now it's Eitrem into the 30s again, and Swings dipping into the 31s. They are both still comfortably in the green. Sander Atrem and Bart Swings. And another one. This time, Yo-Yo comes back again, swings into the 30s, Atrem into the 31s. And there is just 13 hundredths of a second between them. Just looks like they almost agreed to draft each other down the back stretch. Of course, that's not something, but... And Mr. Stoles now enters. And now it starts to separate a little bit as Atrem dips lower, Swings dips higher. And the young Norwegian, certainly one to watch in the distance events in the coming years. Atrem, another 30.85, Swings a 31.3. That's a good chunk of time taken out. Both of them are losing time to Giotto. However, they might still have enough to work with. Both of them. 6 seconds. Giotto Swings trying to maintain his advantage over Atrem. About a half a second right now. And at this rate, you can see Atrem potentially leaping over Swings in the overall standings. Just checking the lay of the land. That 10K time is going to be really tough to beat. Roost may, of course, look at it, but he is more focused on the man he'll be paired with, Jordan Stoles, because he'll have to win, and win by a healthy margin. Atrem still lapping in the 30s, Swings dipping closer to the 32s. Certainly more labored Swings now, just moving the body a little bit more. Atrem at mouth agape, but otherwise still consistent, still ticking around nicely around the corners. And getting right back into his form. He has 4 seconds to work with. You know what? This is going to be really close. 4 laps to go. And Giotto is lapping almost a second faster a lap at this stage. 30.8 versus 29.9. Swings might see his overall time dip into the red at some point here. Now he's starting to do some math. How much more time do I need? Atrem. Oh, he's pulled something out there, a 30.5. Just putting a couple of tenths into the bank. There is Giotto now. The red line might come up soon, and there it is. Let's see how Atrem is doing. Might he have done just enough to hold things off? 2 laps to go. His advantage, about 2.3. So if Atrem can maintain this tempo, he will stay ahead in the overall, ahead of Giotto. Advantage still 1.6 seconds. Another one at 30.5. If he throws that down again, he will vault ahead of David Giotto. And I think he might be resigned to that. He's not looking up anymore. Atrem. Around the final time, you see the Norwegian flags flying. Sander Atrem Looking like he will move atop the leaderboard for the moment. Second in the distance, first overall. 12:56.22 for Sander Eitrem. And tell you what, that just knocked about 5 seconds out of his personal best, more than that. And that personal best was set in February. 5 seconds. Goodness. And this guy is just 22 years old. Put a tab on that man. And an all-Norwegian battle in heat number 3, and we will let one man appreciate the moment. Nice moment, nice appreciation from the fans.
Ready.
For the final time, Sverre Lund Pedersen competes internationally. Perhaps you'd say this race will be tiring, painful, agonizing, but that might be small potatoes compared to what he has to do next, and that is, well, figure out what to do with the rest of his life. He's just 31 years old. A man from Os, Norway. It's just south of Bergen, the second biggest city. And he's also still also would like to finish on the podium, I'm sure. Sverre Lund Pedersen, four times rather, has he come second place at the World All-Rounds, including the last 3, 2020, 19, 18, and also 2016, and to cap it all off, he was third in 2015. So certainly a talismanic figure of Norwegian speed skating the last few years. Sverre Lund Pedersen. Gold in the team pursuit in Pyeongchang in 2018. Sure, it might still hurt to bring up. So close to winning in 2018. But that darn 10,000 meters at the all-around World All-Around Championships. No Norwegian man has won an all-around speed skating championship since Johan Olaf Koss back in 1944. What was fun though about that 2018 Worlds is that it was at the Olympic Stadium in Amsterdam, and it was quite the forum for the event. But anyway, we will reminisce about Sverre Lund Pedersen's career another time. At the moment, he's in the middle of a race against his teammate, Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen. And Ingebrigtsen 30.9 the lap time there. A whole lot of Norway right now, and that's a look at the future, perhaps. Sander Atrem. And there is the live split. Both of them still in the green for the moment. Both of them lapping in the early 31s. We'll see what kind of shift down they have. Pedersen on World Cup this season. That was in Norway that they did the 10,000. He was 11th. Engebroten was 6th. There was about 20 seconds difference between the two men. So it ticks down. Atrem's lead, or Atrem's deficit ticking down. He has almost overhauled one of his teammates. In unison there. Very cool to see on the home stretch. Fans, I'm sure, are giving and will give Sverre Lund Pedersen a send-off to remember. In unison down the back stretch onto the crossover. Still leading the way, Helge Ingebroten, low 31s, Pedersen up to a 31.6. We all know Giotto, for a lot of it, was averaging 30.3. So there's sort of, as always, two races going on. The comparison to Davide Giotto's leading time in the distance, and then the comparison on the bottom right in the overall standings, Sander Atrem. And it's just little dribs and drabs of time getting away at the moment. Pedersen seems to be happy at the 31.5 range. Ingebroten dipping now into the 30.7s. So now things are really starting to get interesting with his teammate. Ingebroten not much older than Atrem. Ingebroten is 24 years old. So that Norwegian distance skating machine keeps turning them out. Of course, there are ovals indoors in the Great Hamar, the Viking Spit, the Viking ship. There is one that we saw this year in Stavanger. And just little bits of time coming down, and Sverre Lund Pedersen almost about to be in the red compared to his teammate. His teammate who's finished, his teammate who's still skating is right next to him, of course. Into the second half of the race now. 30.6 for Ingebroten. He seems to be stabilizing that mark. Ingebroten may have found his tempo. Pedersen still in the 31.5 range, but at this point, that's when it'll start to see those tenths of a second drip further behind Atrem. And 30.8. Ingebroten, that deficit not really changing. It's sort of locked in. Now he's adding to it, actually. Adding more. Ingebroten bringing the reserves. In his final few strides of the season. 2,000 meters to go. Another 30.6 for Helge Ingebroten. Second in the distance behind Giotto, but potentially moving up to first overall. Adding yet more time. Or is that just the sweetest thing in the world? Ingebroten another 30.6. And a 30.5. Ingebroten timing his race well. And he is adding to his advantage in the overall over Sander Eitrem. Another 30.6 adding to it. 10 seconds off of Giotto's pace, but I'm just looking at the overall right now. Another one, and seems like Ingebroten knows the tempo, knows the timing. Pedersen in the 32 range. Another 30.5, and so we might have a new overall leader. Helge Ingebroten might also be getting himself onto the podium. And it's down to 4 rather. Pedersen also down to his final lap. We've seen his wife and son waiting for him to welcome him home. And down to 3 to go. 30.7. He has 3.5 seconds to work with over his teammate Sander Eitrem. 31.8 for Pedersen, his final few competitive strides. 30.7. He's got that time locked in. 30.6, 30.7. 3.5 seconds to work with. Sverre Lund Pedersen. 4 times. Second place not going to happen today, but getting a warm ovation from the fans. Thank you from the supporters and his family waiting for him at the finish line. Another 30.5. Ingebroten still something in reserve to push things through. And here comes Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen to the line. New overall leader. Second in the distance. 12:45.42. We need to watch out for some of the young Norwegian talent. Ingebrigtsen just knocked out 14 seconds from his personal best time. And they just showed his wife and son waiting for him. Sverlund Pedersen. Very devoted father, loves spending time with his young son and his wife, and certainly get more time to get to do that. Congratulations on a pretty darn good career. But the beginning of something new, perhaps. Just briefly alluded to it. Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen, 14 seconds, just knocked out of his personal best. So he and Sander Atrem, lots to look forward to, but now, this moment.
Start. Ready.
And so here's how this is going to go. Roost we expect to win by a wide margin. But just how wide that margin will be will ultimately decide the World Championship. Stolz, we know, doesn't really do the 10K that often. But I think you might have seen the graphic. He's in the running for the all-around world record on points. And so, if anyone is capable of pulling this out, it's Jordan Stolz. I mean, what else can you say about the season that he's had? The last two seasons. And he's 19. I keep bringing that up. He's 19. 6 times already an individual world champion. He almost nailed a 500-meter world record in Calgary. He's already knocked out a personal world record this season. And so, we'll wait and see. And he has Patrick Roost, one of the best 10,000 meter skaters, in front of him. Roost, the 3-time defending champion. Not from 2 years ago, however. That, of course, was Niels van der Poel, who we know is in the audience. Roost was second that year, but prior to that, 3 times. 2020, 2019, 2018. So if anyone knows how to put it together, it's this man. Just things to point out. Stolz' personal best is 13:17. And he said he feels he can go 13:14, and that would be enough. Look at the replay there. Solid crossover from those two. And Roost stretching the elastic right now. Stolz a 31.6. Roost a 30.8. And then we'll see if they will go much faster. So if I'm not mistaken, Roost's all-around world record was set in Calgary at the 2019 World All-Rounds, 145.561. I don't think I'll be able to calculate the math in my head too quickly if Stoles is on course to beat that, but let's see what he can do. And in the early going, Stoles is bringing it back down, low 31s. That 13-17-5-3 for Stoles. He set it in January. That was in Salt Lake City. So, Roost not putting up a challenge to Giotto's track record just yet. And I'm not sure he'll be eyeing that. He wants the all-around. He wants to get it back. He does not want runner-up 2 times in a row. And through 3,200 meters, another 30.67. Stoles with a 31.08. So not dropping tons of time. And so the record that, or the personal record that Stoles set was in Salt Lake City. As I mentioned, it was during the US's Winter World Cup qualifiers. And he actually came second to Casey Dawson in that one by a solid 12 seconds, but still competitive. It's 10,000 meters that's over. And we will always check these lap times. Roost knows what he has to do. 30.4. He is bringing it down bit by bit. So is Stoles, though. He's down at 31 even. And so 5.3 seconds separating them. We do know that once the legs go, you can lose huge chunks of time. And Roost bringing it down again to 30.3, 14 to go. And Stoles, he lost a second that lap. He's down to 31.3. And this is just such the ultimate test because you go from, Stoles is so good in the 500, 1,000, and 1,500s, but it's different kind of skating. You're adjusting your power and your tempo to suit the needs of the moment. And Roost, a 30.2. And Stoles gets it back down to a 31.1, losing about 9/10 of a second. And a 30.1, Roost inching closer to the 29 range. Stoles still in the high 31s, or low 31s rather. Each time he comes around, you have to check that split. Through 5,600 meters, Roost closer to 29s. And inching closer to the time set by Giotto, which was a new track record. Stoles now into the 30s. So the time is ebbing away. However, he's keeping it in the ballpark. Into the final 10 laps. Now Roost is into the 29s. Stoles a 31-2. So it's now about 1.2 seconds. You look at the speed gap in the bottom right corner. Going about 2.3 kilometers an hour faster. The lap board letting him know he's in a 29.8 now. Giotto, I don't think he ever got into the 29.8 range. You see the encouragement going. Stoles a 31.3. 13 seconds off. And another 29.8 with 8 laps to go. Roost is in fact leaving it all out there. Just not sure if it's enough. Stoles still a 31.1. I think he's found a tempo that works for him. Roost, I don't know if that's fatigue. He looked a little off balance there in my mind. But he's still hanging on, low 30s. This has just been such a grueling ordeal. A 500 yesterday, a 5,000 yesterday, and then a 1,500, and now the 10,000. But look at that, over Engebroten. Stoles has 53 seconds to work with. That means he has 18 seconds to work with compared to Roost. I don't think Roost has enough time to pull it out, barring any spectacular collapse by Jordan Stoles. He is going to take this by a massive margin. A 31.1 again. $2,000 meters to go. Roost trying to finish with a bang. He's dipping down now to the 30.6, so he is losing time compared to Giotto. And he tried to throw down. I wonder if he went fast to just try to encourage Stoles to chase after him and maybe see what was left in the legs. Roost visibly tiring now. Stoles still in the 31 range. Roost a 31.01. He is now losing big chunks of lap time. He was 29.8 not too long ago. Stoles is a 31.2. There's nothing left in the tank for Roost. He is running on fumes now. 3 to go. A 31.9. Now he's losing huge chunks of time. That's 9/10 of a second gone in that one lap alone. Coach is trying to get whatever they can out of him. Still looking composed. A 31.1 for Stoles. He is locked in on that tempo. And there's just nothing left. 2 to go. 31.6 now for Roost. He has put up such a valiant effort. And it's just a matter of getting to the line. Odds are he's headed for a silver medal. And Stoles another 31.2. Almost just pushing everything out of his head. 1 to go. It's going to be such a beautiful sound for Patrick Roost. A 32.06, that lap time. $31.1. This is just agony, pain personified. Patrick Roost, 3-time world all-around champion, the runner-up 2 years ago. And he goes 12:51.81. He is P1 right now, but it's only going to be for a matter of seconds because this man, Jordan Stolz, simply the best. And with a 1:44.740, another world record for Jordan Stolz, this time in the points for the All-Around Championships. What else can this man accomplish? Rewriting speed skating's record books in his own image, Jordan Stolz, world all-around champion. And he just seems so matter-of-fact about it all. Ho-hum. But what else will this man do over the course of his career? We'll think about that. We'll dream about that. He is just going to enjoy the moment. He is going to be doing that a lot over the course of his career. The victory lap, the stars and stripes draped around his shoulders. A career already adorned with gold. There it is, confirmation, the world record on points. And how long is that going to hold up? And once again, there is a new boss in speed skating. And it's that man. And he's 19. How long will he reign? Should note though, Davide Giotto of Italy won the 10,000 meters, putting up a new track record, so there will be a podium presentation for the top three in the distance, and then he will get his medal. And an impressive third place for Hallgeir Ingebroten from Norway. $10,000 results confirmation. Giotto, Rust, and Ingebroten will have a podium. Atrem, Malfatti, Stolz, Swings, and Pedersen skaters did the 10,000 meters and the overall confirmation. Just look at that margin. Jordan Stolz. It's amazing to think of the possibilities. Rust, another runner-up for the second time in a row. And Holger Ingebroten rounding out the podium. They'll go through those podium presentations and I'll be back to sign things off from Inzell. Once again, my name is Gavin Day. Be back with you in a few moments. Nice moment. For the fans, tidbit of fond farewell to Sverlund Pedersen, 31 years old, time to begin a new act of his life with his son in his arms. What a way to end the season. 2 brand new World All-Around Speed Skating Championships. Joy Buna and Jordan Stolz, and given they have plenty of skating ahead of them in their careers, they could be the first of many. And so ends the World Cup and World Championship speed skating season. It all started way back in Japan, and it will start again in Japan. The first World Cup in Nagano in November. There's 4 continents before that as well. Speed skating not done yet, though. There's still a short track World Championship still to come. And that's coming up in just a few days in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. It's been a pleasure, an absolute thrill to call these races all season long. Until next time, my name is Gavin Day. On behalf of everybody who helped put this all together, thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Do you realize what you just did?
I guess so. I mean, the fans show it, so they really support me. I'm really looking for it.
You really choose for this tournament. Why?
It's really prestigious, especially in Europe. Everybody loves it, and some great American skaters have done it. Chad Abbott, Eric and Shawnee Hughes. So I thought I was capable of doing it, so I would like to add to, I guess, the talent. So.
What is your strategy? Just not lose too much competing.
Well, the most important race is the 5,000 meters, so I did really focus on that, not lose too many points, and I think I skated that pretty well. And I was really surprised myself in the 10K today, 13 before I expect that.
Yeah, that was a massive performance. Final question. You had a lot of junior world titles here in Inzell. Now this title. How special is Inzell for you?
It's really special. I have the junior world record standalone, and I have the senior world record here, so I got 2 of the golden skates.
You love Inzell. Inzell loves you. Ladies and gentlemen, leave it up with them. Jordan Stolz. Let's focus one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Because they will come around together. And after that, I'll send a special message for the Norwegian fans. Because we're going to have a short word with 2 big champions of Norway. So hold on and stay with us. And here they are. And here they are, the Inzell World All-Around Champions 2024, Joy Buna, Jordan Stolz. All right. One famous last word for both of you. I feel honored to be right next with you. Jordan, Joy, the final words for both of you, because this was a very special weekend. For both of you, the first all-round world title. Joy, what do you want to say to Inzell?
Thank you all so much for yelling me to the finish, and I'm really thankful for you guys. Now cheer.
Jordan.